I think I'll just wait a few minutes to see if anybody comes in the first 5 minutes and then do my introduction.
Ready for orders.
65 health is nice. 70 would be better. But of course the barbarians have 70. With the exception of berserkers.
At your command.
I guess I have enough money to... Well, no, I'm not doing it right now. So I guess I have enough money to upgrade my men.
We hunger for battle. Fleet reporting.
At your command. Ready for battle. We hunger for battle. Any man who drops out is left behind. Once. Destination reached.
Ready, willing, and able. Do they all need shields?
Ready for orders. Make haste, men.
Escalations.
Yes.
Oops.
Ready for orders.
No,
Ready
one.
for battle.
This one has just one. I think this setup's fine. Mind you, only 2 cavalry units is kinda iffy. I'm kinda iffy about that. But again, I have the income for another army. Now I'm making 5,000 from trade. Yeah, 5,000. Don't have a lot of slaves. Then I'm making most of my money from taxes, of course. I'm making some money from my satrapies. Most coming from the Celts. I was actually thinking about forcing these guys to come in, become my satrapies, but they were willing to become my satrapies as long as I paid them 10,000 talents. So it was a win-win situation for me, I guess. Now, I didn't need a royal stables before because I already have access to royal cataphracts and Indian elephants,
It's your command.
which are both. Well, Hellenic cataphracts are a eastern unit, but Indian elephants are. Like, Parthia has access to them. Armenia doesn't. I guess because they're right here and Parthia is over here. Bactria also has access to them and Hellenic
We
cataphracts.
hunger for battle.
But what I don't have access to is good melee cav. I've been relying on citizen cav and mercenaries for a little too long.
Ready for battle.
And now I got rid of the... I actually lost the mercenaries campaigning south against Egypt.
Ready for orders.
I've kept this army down here just in case they want to rebel against or declare independence. But they also have a territory up here. They were able to get it last stream. So I've left Alexandria Arachosia quite defended just in case they do declare independence. And that's really the goal. My goal is to have a hub or like a place where I can mobilize an army quickly to counter threats, or have them at least like very well stationed, like a lot of armies or a lot of units in a place just in case a faction wants to declare war on me. The Parthians I have a non-aggression pact with. I don't know if I have one with Armenia. I have a trade agreement with Pontus. And right now I'm at war with the Macedonians, which should be over soon. Now the Macedonians declared war on the Celts. Well, they were my satrapies, so I decided to defend them. And I'll be doing a lot of defending. Like, I'll be defending a lot of my satrapies. I declared peace because I guess I recognized the independence of a few of my former satrapies. However, I'm going to fight them after I'm done fighting Macedon. I just want to make sure that Egypt and I are in good standing. We are now. They're neutral with me. The Celts are neutral with me, and that's all I need. Media has been friendly with me for a while, and Persia is now neutral.
Ready for battle.
So I'm pretty much free to declare war on the smaller factions, because leaving like this area where Parthia isn't not under my control is gonna be a serious problem when I decide to go straight for the Romans. Like I don't remember what the goals are. I know Italy and Macedon was one of them, but I think there was another one. Italy, Macedon, and Bactria, which means that I have to fight the Parthians. So still, my goal is of course to have complete control of Macedonia, maybe just Sparta and Athenae, and not Higher Raptina or Higher Pitna. Sorry. And then simply steamroll all the way from Illyria, Cisalpina, and right into Italy and probably Magna Graecia. I don't know if I'll be fighting the Libyans. Oh wait, no, Libya's over here. I don't know if I'm going to be fighting the Africans. That includes Carthage, because I think they're still alive.
Fleets
reporting.
Commander, we hunger for battle.
We hunger for battle.
Oh yes, that's right. I didn't want to move this army just in case my hero dies, because he's gonna die probably in the next few turns, and then I'm gonna need to get a new one.
Ready for battle.
My hero is essential for keeping my units well experienced. One thing I like about Silver Shield pikemen is that their shields aren't different. The only thing that's different about them is their base value armor, which is a lot different from thorax pikemen who have 40 and regular pikemen who have 30. They can withstand a lot of arrows. Still can't withstand a lot of javelins, but still, it's better than pikemen. You don't get punished by precursors that much. Ooh, I can get more veteran hoplites. Might do that for another army.
Ready for orders.
Ready for orders.
I'm gonna do that for this army. Why? Because Persian hoplites aren't all that good. And of course I have the money for it. Like, these guys would be better on the flanks of my Galatian legionaries, as well as general. Anyway, what time is it? How long have I been streaming for? Alright, so now I guess it's time to do my regular introduction. Hi guys, this is Lewted Host here, doing another dank stream. I'm going to be continuing my Seleucid campaign like I said yesterday. I will also be doing some multiplayer today, hopefully.
Ready for battle.
Now, in the last stream, I had successfully pacified the Egyptians and made them my satrapy. I then decided to move completely east, all the way through Seleucid, my own territory, right into my satrapy's territory, right into Arachosia, as they were the only satrapy left that had declared independence, but they had peace, but then they tried to fight the Persians, and so I eventually destroyed them. Egypt also got a territory over here. They got wood. And so now my focus is on the Western Front versus the Macedonians. I also was able to make the Galatians, or the Celtic Confederation, my satrapy, because they are like the Celts are. The Celtic Confederation is really Galatia and Tyrus, but Galatia took over Tyrus. I have access to the Galatia's roster, right? Like Galatian legionaries. And so after Macedon's destroyed, I'm going to be the last successor remaining. And because I'll be the last successor remaining, I'll be able to continue Alexander's legacy and move to take the rest of the East. Because I was able to pacify, or actually the Galatians proposed that they become my satrapies if I paid them 10,000 talents, which I eagerly accepted. And so now I have 6 Galatian legionaries in this army, as well as, where is it? Here it is. 1 in this one. Galatian legionaries have more weapon damage and are overall better than thorax swordsmen, which is why I took them. They have the same armor value but better melee defense, melee attack, and weapon damage. They do not have the same morale right now because It's just due to experience. The Galatian legionaries are pretty good, and that's why I wanted to take them. I used to think of them as, you know, a pretty nice unit but underpowered because they weren't like other legionaries. However, Galatian legionaries can actually beat Roman legionaries, and I didn't know that until, because of their stats, I didn't know that until I looked more into how you play as Rome and how you play as Galatia, and realized that Galatian legionaries have more melee defense than the Romans do. It's just that the Romans have more melee attack. Also, the Galatian legionaries' precursors are stronger than the Pilum, which is weird, but I don't ask questions.
We hunger.
At your command.
Anyway, let's end the turn here.
Ready for orders.
I offer peace as I would throw a rope to a drowning man.
I'm not gonna rest until Macedon is completely destroyed. Because after that, the legacy of Antonius is going to move completely right once again to continue campaigning against the eastern factions, with the exception of Armenia and Parthia. They're going to get spared for now. Now, as the Seleucids, now that patch 17 is out, yeah, my hero died. Knew it.
We hunger.
Sword is yours. I am with you.
Ready for battle. On the move.
It's a shame that Royal Peltas suffer from the same weapon damage that pretty much... No, they have 6 armor piercing, that's right. They have 6 armor piercing and 30 base damage. But still, Silver Shield Swordsmen have more.
We hunger for battle.
This army is quite experienced. I wonder if I should have room for another one. And so I'll just train this.
I am greater than mighty Achilles.
I'll train this army as well.
Commander.
As for the army that was up here,
We hunger for battle. Advance. Destination reached.
I think I'll stick with the Persian hoplites. However, Galatian spears could be a good idea. I'm just thinking about it because Galatian spears are medium and these are heavy, right? The thing is, though, is that they're more maneuverable and can counter certain threats, but they can't brace as well. I think I'll just stick with the Persian hoplites. When I get a royal stables, when I'm done this and then this is at 7 and I get royal stables, actually I can build it right now, can't I? It's just that I want to build it here, but I can build it now. Start building it. So I think I'll do that.
How can I serve? Make a few run the gauntlet.
Ready for battle.
I'm gonna pretend like I know what he was saying, but anyway.
You will march till your feet bleed. Journey completed.
Did I forget to? Oh yes, I did forget to give them experience. Or
We hunger for
better,
battle.
whatever.
Commander.
Nothing important this turn.
We offer this as a sign of accord reached and new accords to come.
Like I said, I'm not making peace with them. I need to be the last successor faction. I also have to find a way to get rid of Pontus. Pontus, Armenia, and Parthia are all eastern factions.
There is much to be.
However, Pontus is by far the easiest faction to take out. They don't have elephants, they only have scythe chariots, but you usually don't see chariots in their build. Except in multiplayer, because they have to rely on chariots. Like, you know a faction's bad when you have to rely on chariots. See, in my opinion, I think that Pontus is
The champion
underpowered.
of Greaves are a disgrace, man. Ready for orders. Achilles has nothing on me. It's your command. March until your feet bleed, then march some more. I am greater than mighty Achilles. A path is blocked. Stop that slouching. Ready for orders. Commander.
Yeah, I'll risk it.
At your command. Ready for further orders.
Are you brave or foolish?
I have to capture Pella.
We hunger for battle.
I have to capture Pella before the Celts do.
My deeds will be legend.
I'm gonna have to find a way to make sure that my Hellenic influence is better than Eastern influence. Because the Seleucids actually benefited from multiculturalism, but then they changed it to royal estates. And then Bactria was +8 from other cultures, but they just decided to completely negate the different cultures debuff. Because the biggest penalty you can take from other cultures is 19, and those are from factions that really don't want other cultures in their cities. Without that debuff, it would be -15, and now the biggest buff you can get from it is 0, which is if you play as the Bactrians. It used to be 7, because they got +8 from other cultures.
Ready
Like
for
-7, I mean. Wait, whoa, hold
We
up.
hunger for battle.
7 levy freemen? Jesus, that's a lot of freemen. Also have access to Glacian swords because of that tier
Ready
2
for
building.
battle. We take this settlement.
Like I said, I had to be the one that got here first. No, I did.
At your command.
I was going to wait for my
Ready for battle.
veteran army to come, but it doesn't matter. Does not matter.
Commander. Out is left behind. March. Journey completed.
And I won't have to worry about them for 2 turns. Now I have a bunch of provinces that are going to start suffering from lack of food. Yeah. Shame. -8 here, -3 here. Pella is going to be another hub. It's going to be my hub in it's going to be my hub here because I might need a fallback point. However, I'm not going to bother to try to recruit. Actually, no, you get Hellenic Cataphracts anyway. What am I saying? You can have a whopping 80%, 160, and then it would be 180 because you get 20% from agricultural buildings. Whoops. Antiochus Epiphanes. I wonder if that was the son of Antiochus Soter, historically. Yep, it was. Epiphanes means God manifest. He was a son of King Antiochus III the Great. Oh, so he wasn't a son of Antiochus Soter. Because that Antiochus Soter was the first, and then after him was the second, who was Theos. But his father was Seleucus Nicator. I guess I'll let him be in that family. Have to be careful with the buildings. Now I have Pella. I get plus 25% wealth from industry. I'll be waging war with Larissa as well. I'm not declaring war on them right now. But again, like now we're strong. And I guess this is why the Seleucids tend to be, like they tend to look stronger than they actually are. Because of the amount of satrapies they have. Not just that, but the amount of money they make. They can make a lot of money. So can the Bactrians. The Bactrians have the potential to make more money than the Seleucids do. But it's a little bit more tricky. And it's more food consuming too. I was going to do this on a very hard campaign, but I'm already doing a very hard campaign as the Parthians. One which I'm actually doing pretty good on. Just because of the Parthian starting point, as well as their satrapies.
Commander?
My satrapies haven't abandoned me, so I will not abandon them in their time of need.
Ready for orders.
Ready for orders.
Oh, Antiochus Epiphanes is where the phrase "line in the sand" came from. Interesting.
It's your command. Make haste, men. Ready for orders.
Wait, what? Oh, they were destroyed, but then they had an army and came back. I think. See, I hate when this happens. Like, for a second, it just showed me information on them. See, I would need this.
Ready for orders.
I would need Larissa. However, I'm not going to declare war on the RDA until my main army comes.
Greetings. We are civilized folk, so you may speak as you wish, and we will give you an honest answer.
Because they have no military alliances or defensive alliances, I'm fine to attack the RDA. Yeah, and they already have the same. That makes no sense, but whatever.
Ready for battle.
Whoops.
My honorable...
Hunger for battle.
Now, not every army is going to have like silver shield swordsmen, because if every army had like elite units, then eventually my income would have to give.
Ready for orders. Ready for orders.
One more turn.
Commander. Ready for battle. At once. We hunger for battle. March. Is that all?
Now my army's here.
Ready for ready for orders.
It's a shame that this army is all the way over here, doing virtually nothing. Maybe I can continue my conquest for Libya. It's just I have to be careful. I have to be careful of not pushing too far. That's all I'm afraid of. Because if I push too far and Egypt declares independence, then I'll lose this territory, I'll lose Ammonium, and I'll lose Memphis. And I'll also lose Diospolis. So I'll lose all three of these territories. I'll lose this one too, before I can mount a resistance. And then Alexandria will still be in my control. So let's do that. Let's because I can't just leave this army here.
Ready for battle.
Like, this is a level 4 army I'm leaving here. And they have 15 victories. Now, I'm not making any more satrapies, as I said earlier.
Welcome, honored emissary. Speak, and I will answer with my master's voice.
Laying siege to the settlement.
Because eventually, I think it's just this faction right here, the Nesomines, which are a desert nomadic faction. And again, desert nomads aren't the same as nomads, sorry. True, they do live off the land, but they also live off the sand. Whoa. I didn't mean to rhyme that, but yeah, that's what it is.
Commander. We hunger for battle.
After I'm done this, what was I going to do? Yes, I was going to go straight to the colony weaponsmith to give my silver shield swordsman the best weapons available. My shield bearers, I would have to do this to get the best armor available. And that's pretty much it. I mean, cataphracts can also get an armor boost.
I am the favored son of Ares.
We demand only a modest weight of coin. My master always looks...
I think it's funny that these eastern factions think they'll survive.
My honorable master would have me...
Like Cyprus, I mean, it's not Cyprus.
We are a mighty people, well versed in the
Cyrenica still thinks that I'm willing to make a non-aggression pact with them. However, that's not my goal. I think the Nassau-means are, yeah, sending to kill the general. He's gonna try again. Unfortunately, he got wounded. Another army should be coming. Yep. This is a large shield warrior unit. I remember playing as a African faction through mods. Their roster is messed up. Like, it's really bad. Like, they have to rely on spear units, and their best unit is this large shield warriors, which is the equivalent, I think, of maybe Persian hoplites. In fact, they just might be a little bit weaker. Their shields are decent, but I don't know their missile block chance. And they don't brace well, that's for sure. So my pikemen and swordsmen will be in the same line. Then my Persian hoplites will be behind them. I'll somehow be able to have my light archers and slingers behind them.
By your command! Yours to command!
4 men deep. I'm willing to get flanked. That's fine.
Pikemen! Pikemen! Form the ranks!
I'll probably not be able to even use hoplite phalanx or hoplite wall with them this match.
General! Royal Peltasts!
No, I think I'll put them in
At the ready! General!
I think I'll put my general in the same line. Makes the ranks a little bit deeper, but that's fine.
War elephant! Light cavalry! Melee cavalry ready!
Getting rid of those new minions is going to be really painful. But I think I can do it.
Light cavalry!
Now, neither my citizen
Light
cav
cavalry!
or my...
Citizen cavalry! By your command! Ready! Orders understood! My lord!
No, I probably would be better off using this unit.
Light cavalry!
Whatever, we'll figure something out.
Persian archers! Orders!
Actually, it would be better.
Persian hoplites! As you say! Ready! As you say! Awaiting orders!
Yeah,
We await your command!
this works. Elephants in the back.
Citizen cavalry! Elephants at the ready! General! If we are victorious and live, I will sacrifice to Zeus and Ares.
Enemy reinforcements approaching.
And help in our defense. But we mortals must do our parts as well. Fight with honor, and all will be well.
You know, lads, on balance, I'd sooner be playing dice.
Alright then.
Royal Peltasts!
So basically,
double.
I'm terribly outnumbered,
Quick march!
but I'm still willing to attack.
Double time!
Now, of course, because this is the desert, there's going to be heat fatigue, so I have to be careful about that.
Lingers!
Keep my men in formation.
Royal Peltasts!
Now, Eastern Slingers and Persian Light Archers both have the same armor. However, Eastern Slingers have shields. These archers don't. They have the same range, but not the same shots per minute or missile damage. Alright, right here is fine.
Citizen cavalry! Yes, Commander!
Cavalry ready!
Why am I putting my army right here where there's a hill? Because I'm going to try to route that Numidian cav. And once I route the Numidian cav, I'm going to use my elephants to win. However, that army is going to take a while to get here, so I'm going to take advantage of that and try to attack right now.
Royal Peltasts! General! Royal Peltasts!
I'm going to start firing on my men.
Our general is under attack!
The general is right there.
War elephants! Quickly now!
Melee horsemen!
Understood! Orders! Forward! Riders! Ready for orders! Orders! Light cavalry! Light cavalry! War elephants! Charge! Engage! Riders!
Ready!
At the double axis!
Ready!
Persian archers!
I'm going to chop that.
Your orders!
Persian archers! At the double! At speed! Light cavalry! Advance!
Swift melee cavalry!
I have to be careful. Getting too close to both of them is a bad idea.
Riders at the double! To advance! By your command! Light cavalry! Quickly now! Advance at speed! Elephants! Forward! At your service! We await your command! At speed! Swords!
I'm going straight in. If I wait any longer, I don't know.
Pikes! At the double! Advance at speed!
Orders!
Ready!
Swift riders at your command!
Swords!
Strengthen for glory!
My lord! We are at your command!
Double time!
Royal Peltasts! Ready for orders! War elephant! By your command!
Our orders! As you wish! Orders! Ready and waiting!
The men are wavering.
Swords!
Oh, they did catch up to them, but it was too late.
Swords! Close ranks!
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
Citizen cavalry!
I'm going for the general.
We await your command! Swords! For the wall! Spearmen ready for orders!
Men of Persia!
War elephant! Quickly now! Elephants ready for battle! Forward! Riders at the double! Forward! Quickly now! Forward! Axiarchos! Riders at...
Melee cavalry ready! Riders, at the
Ready!
double.
Charge! Engage! Citizen cavalry! Elephants! War elephants! Forward! Advance at speed!
Persian
My
hoplites!
lord! We await your orders! As you command!
Our general has fallen.
Peltasts!
Elephants ready for battle! Citizen cavalry!
Yeah, that's a shame.
Citizen cavalry! Forward! Orders, my lord! Engage! Citizen cavalry! Cavalry! Quickly now! Engage! Right! Passion of the Engage! Elephants! Quickly now! Citizen cavalry! Engage! At your service!
Persian hoplites! Formation!
Elephants at the ready! War elephant! Forward!
Quickly now! Come forward!
Charge! Engage! Yours to command! Very good! At your service! Orders understood! Advance at speed! Riders at once! War elephant! Citizen cavalry!
The battle is turning in our favor.
We are at your command!
Royal Peltasts!
Yeah. That's not the victory I wanted. I mean, I didn't want to lose my general. But I guess there was too many slingers. And I couldn't counter them all quick enough. I'll accept the death though. My elephant unit got almost 1/3 of the kills, really. 1,010 kills. This unit of light cav didn't really get anyone. It was able to catch up to the Numidians, but yeah. Oh well. And that's one of the problems with Royal Peltasts as well. They can get killed easily
My honorable
by
master.
missiles. It's a little bit easier for them to get killed by missiles than Royal Silver Shield Swordsmen, just because of base value differences and shield differences. Hey, where's my main man, Antiochus? 9th Legion. That's not what it's called, but alright.
At your command. Ready for battle. That path is blocked. The next command. Advance. We hunger. Let them cower like kennelled dogs. Ready for orders.
Any good mercenaries? No, still.
Commander. We hunger for battle.
Again, I'm going to be steamrolling through
Ready for battle.
Valeria as well. So now it's time to declare war on the RDA.
Come,
Take
come.
them.
Let me hear your talk. I warn you, I have no stomach for the meek.
Ready for orders. Ready for battle. Ready for orders. None will besieging settlement.
This army will go past.
Hunger for battle. None will escape. Victory! It's your command.
Antiochus is a general already.
Ready for battle.
But now I have access to good faster cavalry, which is always welcome.
Commander.
Another upgrade won't be necessary.
Ready for orders. At your command. Commander.
I want to do some multiplayer, but I'm going to continue this for now.
We hunger for battle.
I wouldn't feel right if I didn't adopt Antiochus.
Ready for orders. It's your command. Ready for battle.
Because he's in control of my army, and it's another Antiochus. Actually, was it the first one? Yeah, the first one was Antiochus. This one's Antiochus. Antiochus Soter, Antiochus Epiphanes.
Commander.
A little weird, but that's fine.
We hunger for battle.
My lord is willing to lay down the sword. We have driven too hard a bargain, or haggled over long, it seems. Very well, your decision is made.
Ready for orders.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. This is good enough. The Romans have Maccabees? So that's our first contact with the Romans then. Oh, yep. Seems like they've made progress right into Africa.
We hunger for battle. Ready for orders. Besieging settlement! Ready for battle!
As it is 100% Greek already. I don't need to make Athena a hub. I'll make it a hub of culture and trade.
Ready for orders. Commander, ready for battle. Ready for battle. At your command. Ready for orders.
Can recruit more veteran hoplites. I have to find out a way to get rid of these thorax swordsmen. 4. I have 7 of them, and Galatian legionaries. It's like really hampering down my cavalry and archers. It really is. Nah, it's not a big deal right now.
We hunger for battle.
Maybe I'm just overreacting. I don't know. Yeah. Why not have good cav right now?
Ready for orders. Ready for battle.
This army's still pretty good. I mean, like I said earlier, it's more of a veteran army. Silver Shield Pikemen, Silver Shield Swordsmen. They have more base armor than Royal Peltas. Royal Peltas have better shields, but I don't know if that gives them a better missile block chance or not. I think no, they don't even rely on their shield to give them melee defense. Neither do Silver Shield Swordsmen. Weird. So it's pretty possible that their shields give similar shield missile blocks chances. Persian hoplites are pretty weak. I think even Thurios spears can beat them. Thurios spears do cost more, that's for sure. I think I'll just get another veteran hoplite. Can never put a price on armor. I can get rid of Macedon next turn by taking Sparta, because after Sparta there's nothing.
It's your command.
Pella's quite well defended right now. If I lose my Hellenic Cataphracts, which I shouldn't against the Illyrians, unless they have Illyrian hoplites and I don't know, maybe it would be a good idea to get a spy. I could have waited until next turn, but next turn I'm going to be taking Apollonia, so it doesn't make sense.
Some in the Senate are known to have lavish tastes. These men remember with fondness those who help fund such tastes.
I love the Roman guy. The Roman and Hellenic generals and statesmen have the same voice actor, but the Romans are more feisty. The Romans consider themselves top tier. They have so many disadvantages against the other cultures. Against the Eastern factions, their disadvantage is the Cataphracts, as they don't have, besides Triarii, they don't have good spear units. Against the Hellenic factions, it's usually the pikemen. In some cases, it's even elephants. Carthage is known to bring elephants, and so they can use those elephants to beat back the Roman superior legionaries. Also, Carthage is known to have good mercenaries at times. Against the not the Balkans, the barbarians, it's usually weapon damage and charge, as well as overall better cavalry. But let's just say it's weapon damage and charging. The barbarians are also pretty mobile.
Commander, the way is blocked. Let them cower like kennelled dogs!
I said that I would not make Macedonians make any more satrapies. But there's a problem here because Macedon has access to foot companions if you let them get a tier 4 building. But still, it's not worth it.
Ready for battle!
Not worth it. I mean, look at what they have. And they wouldn't have been able to build one anyway.
At your command. None will escape!
Do you wish of me?
Okay, so
As you command.
the RDA don't really have anything left. Let's spy on Rome, then.
Swifter than Hermes.
Their general is... I think that's their general. No, it's not. That couldn't be their general. Whatever.
Ready for orders. At your command.
Seven % to assassinate versus 23. 11% to get wounded versus 2. I'll take my chance.
Nature doesn't. I have achieved much for the people.
Good stuff. Oh yes, that's right. They became a level 2 army.
We hunger for battle. Commander,
This army is close to becoming a level 6 army. I don't know if there's other bonuses, like other faction specific. Like this is culture specific, I guess you can say. Like companions only applies to successor factions. Egypt, Bactria, Egypt, and Macedon. There's another one if you get a level 5 army for, I think, the other successors. Macedon, I don't think there is, because I got, or maybe it's just a level 4 army. But anyway, I don't know about the other successors. I don't know about Bactria either. I know the Suebi and the Romans do. Actually, the Romans don't. They have indomitable legionaries, but they don't have, like, defenders of Rome or something. Or maybe they do and I just didn't see it. If there's no other faction-specific traditions, then I'm just going to go with companions. Because plus 12 melee attack for Hellenic cavalry and Hellenic infantry is good. But also the charge for Hellenic units, because that helps Hellenic cataphracts, obviously. And then when I level up with Antiochus, I'm going to be focusing on charge. Now, like I said, I'm going to do multiplayer battles too. It's just that I wanted to have a better standing on my campaign before I did. And also understand the Seleucids a little bit more, and perhaps like have a different output on them, like think of them differently. And I certainly do now because I used to think of them as a lot stronger than they already are. Like, the Romans are strong, but I considered these guys imbalanced just because of their roster. First we'll do this, then we go back to Libya.
Ready for orders.
Now I have access to wine, and that will help me get better buildings.
How can I be of assistance?
Back down here.
What do you wish of me?
Whoops.
Ready for battle.
You like my... Or maybe you just don't like the way I play multiplayer.
Next command.
Are you trying to say that I'm a bad
Your
multiplayer
command.
player? Wait, are you trying to say that you... I think I get it, though. I get it. Campaign is better.
Ready, willing, and able. Do they all need shields?
And I kind of get it because sometimes in multiplayer the people will bring like imbalanced armies, probably like, I guess you could consider it meta, where it's
At your command.
like as the Romans they'll just bring swords,
Glory and honor.
which makes sense of course because that's what the Romans really rely on.
On the move.
But I don't know, I like a mix-up of swords, spears, and cavalry, if you're not going to bring skirmishers. So that's just my opinion. Oh, okay. No, I had a feeling that it was just multiplayer, not me.
Ready for battle. At once.
Yeah. I get it.
How may I serve you?
We hunger for battle.
Nothing wrong with that, of course.
Do you wish of me?
I'm gonna try
I
to
will see it
stop
done.
them.
Ready for battle.
Oh well, that's fine. Just continue straight to Rome. Yeah, that makes sense. sometimes, like, I rarely watch other Rome 2 streams, but when I do, I tend to look for campaigns. Because people play campaigns differently than I do. And I was actually surprised. It was the first time I saw a Rome 2 stream was, I think, a few months ago. Yeah.
We hunger for battle.
It's just that one thing I don't like about the campaigns that I stream is that it seems to be one-sided most of the time. The only exception was the Macedonian campaign. I think the Macedonian campaign wasn't one-sided. I actually struggled against some of the factions. For example, that was the Syracusan campaign where I lost a complete army to fleet. But I think also in the Macedonian campaign I took a few losses. I think I lost like an army. Yeah, I did lose an army. I lost 3 armies. I lost one army 3 times, and then I lost another 2 armies, all of which I actually rebuilded. Well, thank you. I mean, when I say like people play streams campaigns differently is some people tend to have their what is it? Their most of their region's wealth will be where their capital is, but also sometimes it will be in the surrounding area. I like to have my region's wealth have it more spread out, like maybe have one here and have one over here. Like mine's is going to be here and maybe somewhere in Alexandria, or maybe it might be Alexandria that I might. But that's just how I like to play. And when it comes to armies,
Ready for orders.
it hasn't changed much. And yeah, spamming like one unit would be boring, like if I had all Silver Shield Swordsmen.
Commander,
But this army right here, like I was mentioning earlier, isn't just Silver Shield Swordsmen, it's Silver Shield Pikemen, Silver Shield Swordsmen, and Shield Bearers, as well as a general which is a Royal Peltas, Hellenic Cataphracts, useful for steamrolling units, an elephant, and 2 light horse, as well as 3 Syrian archers. I like to have like a dependable, versatile, and venerable army. This is actually my first time having an army that's comprised of complete veterans or elite units. Because before, I would have like 1 or 2 elite units and then a regular army to keep my income like at a steady pace, but right now I'm almost at 20,000 talents per turn.
we hunger for battle. At your command.
So my next target is of course Cyrene. And then I'm going to have a problem with the Romans. Carthage is still alive, so that's good, I guess. Thapsus belongs to Syracuse, which is fine.
My skills are yours.
I don't need any more Galatian legionaries.
Commander.
And that's also another thing I like about the Seleucids now. Because of patch 17, they have access to more levies, which means that you can actually recruit units that you couldn't recruit before with other factions. For example, let's just say the Celts, for example, have a tier 3 building right here. They have the tier 3 military building. Before, if you're playing as another faction, you wouldn't be able to recruit Galatian legionaries. Maybe like once in a blue moon, you'd be able to recruit a unit of Galatian legionaries. With the Seleucids, you can recruit 2. With the Seleucids, you can also recruit like 7 levy freemen.
Fleet
And we all know
reporting.
how good levy freemen are.
Ready for orders.
Levy freemen are like the most cost-effective unit in the game. Not only are they decent against
At your command.
mid-high tier cavalry units, they have precursors which are good for taking down a number of elephants, like elephants, cavalry, somewhat useful against the rear of armored units, and the list goes on. So yeah, the Seleucids have been upgraded from patch 16 to patch 17, as well as other factions. I think the faction that took the most changes was the Suebi. Like, they changed a lot. Swordmasters went from heavy to very heavy to heavy, and then to medium when the patch 17 came out. Like, in the beta they were heavy. They went from very heavy to heavy, and now they're medium.
Magnificent!
Wodernast spears went from heavy to light. Spearwomen went from heavy to light. Wolf warriors and berserkers stayed the same. Round shield swordsmen stayed the same. Club levy went from medium to light. Spear levy are still medium. Shield, what are they? Spear brothers are still medium. No, spear brothers are heavy. I think they've always been heavy. Yeah, before Caesar and Gaul, the Suebi used to suck. Suck really bad. Like, you had to rely on berserkers and swordmasters to win. When the Beasts of War came out, as well as Caesar and Gaul, first Caesar and Gaul came out, and then I guess the patch that came with... Is that a free? Darn it. Why are you doing this to me? Anyway, like I was saying, before Caesar and Gaul and the patch that came with it came out, the Suebi relied on berserkers and not even Bloodsworn, because Bloodsworn were garbage. And Bloodsworn still are garbage. Like, they don't brace well, their shields don't block well, they don't block a lot of missiles, and they don't give a lot of melee defense. But Swordmasters were good, and they still are good. I'm gonna create a new navy.
Commander. Ready for orders. Ready for battle. March, laying an ambush.
I don't want to have to create a new navy. Wait, anyway, what was I saying? They would rely on berserkers and swordmasters. Bloodsworn didn't have that good shield. But after Caesar and Gaul came out, so did Spearwoman came with the Daughters of Mars pack. Oh yes, that's also when the Suebi had their roster change, when the Daughters of Mars pack came out.
It is an honor to serve.
Their roster changed when the Daughters of Mars pack came out, and with that, they got Spearwomen, they got Round Shield Swordsmen, you don't get Wolf Warriors with them. And I don't know if Bloodsworn didn't come with them. They always had Bloodsworn. They got Round Shield Swordsmen, they got 2 new units, which helped their roster. Wolf Warriors, you'd have to get the Beasts of War pack, which I think came before. But I don't really remember. I'll probably look it up after the stream. $23 food. again, we're gonna have a problem with the Romans. I don't know what army's here, and I'm not gonna bother to send a spy. This is almost a level 6 army. I'll be using it to defeat the remaining Illyrians.
My work is done. For now.
The Illyrians tend to bring like a lot of levies, as you can see. Most of the times it's just Illyrian spearmen. They have the anti-cavalry spear, gives them bonus 30 bonus versus large. They can take down up to maybe what would be a good unit to say? They can take up to, in my roster, they can take up to Citizen Cav.
We hunger for
Maybe
battle.
Median Cav, if I had access to them. I think I do have access to Median Cav. Anyway, that doesn't matter.
Ready for orders.
Are they raiding me? Not yet.
We hunger for battle.
Radius probably would change the traits, like the faction traits as well as the culture traits in campaign. But I don't know if the person who made Radius Total War changed updated it so it works with patch 17. Because if it doesn't work with patch 17, then there's no way that to create a navy here. There's no way that it would work. Whoops. I hate creating new fleets because
Your orders?
I'd rather, like, I like making
It is an
navies.
honor to serve.
I like naval battles as well.
Recruiting more ships.
But what I don't like is having to
Fleets reporting.
keep on constantly creating new navies. Because even though I like navies, I have a limit. Yeah, I heard about well, I was going to re-download DEI when it comes out, so I'll play it off stream because I'm not really comfortable streaming DEI. But I mean, in the future I might be, and by next week I probably won't be streaming as often. Like, I definitely probably won't be streaming in the mornings anymore by next week, because by next week I'm off to college, and so they took Apollonia back, as I suspected. Unfortunately, ambushing doesn't work like I thought it would. However, I have a chance to now destroy the navy altogether. Anyway, by next week again I'll be in college, so I won't be able to stream in the mornings anymore, and I'll have to stream in the evenings. Or if I don't stream in the evening, that's probably because
We hunger for battle. Ready for battle.
boy, I can't move. Why can't I move?
Commander.
We hunger for battle. For the gods and ready for orders.
That's weird.
Ready for orders.
Anyway, where's that navy? Here it is.
Moving out. Stopping for now. Row! 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 That's it! Ready for battle.
Alright then.
None will escape. Waiting for orders.
Good stuff, Egypt. Darn it, am I really gonna lose? I am gonna lose Apollonia to the Galatians. What a shame. I was hoping that I can retake it, but whatever.
We demand only a...
I'm gonna have to withdraw one of my armies from Macedon to go back to the east so that they can fight the eastern factions, with the exception of Pontus, Armenia, and Parthia. It's just which one and which units should I change?
My honorable master would...
Because every culture has a different warfare. Romans fight differently than the Hellenic factions for sure.
Ready for battle.
Okay, so the Seleucids have no more bonuses, so it's this one. 6, 7, 8, 9. So I should be able to get 3. By the end of this campaign, I might have a level 10 army. I don't know.
We hunger for battle. Get to it, men. At your command. Fleet reporting.
I won't need this fleet.
It is an honor to serve.
I think Macedon, yeah, they both got destroyed, so... I guess I'll leave this fleet in Athena for now. Now, I'm not at risk for a civil war because of how balanced the parties are.
We hunger for battle. Advance.
I don't know if I'm going to ever recruit better cavalry in this army. Like, if I'm going to replace these units. I probably won't.
Achilles has nothing on me. Commander, you will march till your feet bleed. I am greater than mighty Achilles. Your greaves are a disgrace, man. To your command. Commander?
My skills are yours. I seek rest.
I actually got a new follower yesterday. However, sometimes people like unfollow and then refollow, so I was wondering if it was this guy again. It's not him. It's a new follower. So that gives me, I think, 58 followers. And I can't say thank you enough, guys, for like coming to watch the stream. Whoops.
There is much to be said.
I never thought I'd be able to get 1,200, almost 1,300 viewers, total views really, and 58 followers in 2 months. Like, I mean, I think I started streaming in early July.
I will be honest. I seek coin as token.
Yeah, it was early July that I started streaming. Because it has been 79 days since my very first stream. And I didn't export it, I think.
We hunger for battle. Ready for orders. March. Gathering supplies.
Darcy.
I have little gain in wasting the day on you.
And the Dalmati. I have to be careful with my satrapies. I have to make sure that they're all happy, which they all are. Very friendly. And eventually satrapies will like you if you defend them. Even Egypt likes me. Because I gave them some money for declaring war. I mean, for them being declared war on so that they can survive. So all of my satrapies like me for
I
now.
have little gain in wasting the day on you.
For a second I had a mini heart attack. I thought one of my satrapies declared independence. I was like, ugh. Whew, close call.
Ready for battle.
Okay. So which army should I withdraw?
To your command.
You know what? I never asked you guys, but I think I'm going to now. I'm going to leave it up to you guys.
Ready for battle.
Okay, so I have two armies, one of which has more chevrons than the other.
We hunger for battle.
Yeah. So
Commander.
I have an army that relies more on infantry, in particular melee infantry. It has 7, or is it 6? No, it's still 7. 7 thorax swordsmen, Galatian legionaries, the general's royal peltasts, so that's 9 sword units, 4 pikes, 2 spears, an elephant, and 2 cav and 2 archers, versus
Commander.
a unit or an army that has 7 sword units, 3 spears, an elephant, and 6 cav and 3 archers. Which one would be better to fight the eastern factions with? The eastern factions have bad infantry overall, and I'm not talking about Parthia or Armenia. Pontus I'm probably not going to even be fighting. So I'm thinking about an army that can brace well against, well, I don't even know if any of the eastern factions I'd be going up against would have cataphracts. Let's just assume that one of them did. What if I decided to, get crazy and declare war on Parthia? Which of these armies would be better to fight Parthia with?
At your command.
I'm gonna replace... I'd be better off replacing this unit with spears. So I'm gonna replace... Because veteran hoplites can beat thorax swordsmen. Anyway, which one of these would be better?
For battle.
The army that has more infantry than cavalry, or the one that has more cavalry than infantry? Because the only real difference between melee infantry is the Galatian legionaries, which are better than thorax swordsmen. And then both of them now have 3 veteran hoplites. However, this one has 6 citizen cav. I might actually change 2 of them.
At your command.
What I might do is get rid of another 2 thorax swordsmen and then just replace them with citizen cav. But before I do that, which one is better? The one with more infantry or the one with more cavalry?
Ready for orders. At your command.
Might do that later. Right now I'm
We
going to
hunger
switch
for
over
battle.
to here.
At your commander. On the move. March.
No, I'd still have to get rid of a thorax swords unit. I'll get rid of this one.
Ready for orders.
I'd have to get rid of both.
At your command. We hunger for battle. We hunger for battle. At your command. Make haste, men.
You know what?
Ready for battle.
Do both of them have pikes?
At
No.
your command.
This one I'm just going to use 2.
You will march till your feet.
I'm going to use this one to fight the eastern factions with. Because the Romans are more likely to lose against pikes.
Ready for orders.
And then this one I'll get rid of.
To it, men.
And then replace them probably with cataphracts.
We need good fighters. To your command.
You can call me Nix.
This is my first contacts with the barbarians outside of
Swift and silent as a shadow.
Galatia. It's funny because Tylus has access to Oathsworn, but Galatia doesn't. They have Galatian noblemen. If I'm
To your
lucky,
command.
and if I go back now to here, I don't know, they still haven't gotten a tier 4 military building, but I still have access to Galatian legionaries, and I can probably get some more. I think I'll do that. for a minute.
Rah! Rah!
This is one hefty army. I'm going up against about 6,000 men, but I have support from Galatia. Their garrison army and there's other army. I probably don't even need their support. But any help is needed, or welcome rather. Or this army's in a forced march. I'm gonna fight it. Illyrian noble hoplites have the same armor as shield bearers, but they are worse when it comes to combat. They also have expert charge defense.
Good, I had a dream about mommy.
Silver shield, Blackman! Your orders. By your command! Silver shield, swordsman!
Okay, so
Understood!
I'm gonna have my general over here
General!
supporting, of course.
Heavy archers!
One unit
Heavy archers!
of heavy archers over there.
Cataphracts!
I'm gonna need my cataphracts over here because I'm gonna lure the Illyrians across the river, where their superior numbers will get massacred on this side of the river. Keep these guys here.
Armored elephant!
My
Have
elephants
you your weapons!
on the left side.
Swift melee cavalry!
This side is going to be a little bit weaker. Actually, I don't even need to bring my shield bearers over there, because Like, the cavalry that they're bringing is pretty bad. Illyrian cavalry is not good, but it is better, I think, than citizen cav. I think it is. So I'll just put my shield bearers over here. This side is still a lot stronger.
By your command.
I mean, you can't go wrong with 43 weapon damage and 64 melee attack. But you can go wrong. You can't also go wrong with 88 melee attack and 55 weapon damage. Anyway, I think this is good enough, so let's start the battle. My reinforcements should be coming in soon.
If we are victorious and live, I will sacrifice to Zeus.
Enemy reinforcements approaching.
And help in our defense. But we mortals must do our parts as well. Fight with honor, and all will be well. Right, men! Close watch on those bastards!
I hate when that happens. Can't press escape and then make them glow.
Shield, pikemen! Orders understood. Understood. On me, my lord. Advance at speed. Spears ready.
Just in case they somehow get through that flank. Oh, I better hurry up over here.
Yours to command.
Well, technically I don't have to, because again, I'm going to be using my cataphracts to... Wait, which way are they coming through? That's a... Oh, it's this... like, this way, so I'm... it's right.
Silver shield, swordsman.
So maybe I should stay back here.
Of the archers! Under the man! Orders understood. Heavy cavalry ready and willing. Ride out! I will kill any man I see with mercy in his... Silver shield, swordsman!
Now they all have the encourage ability, which is nice.
Get ready, men!
And I think it does boot, stack. I think it does.
Armored elephants!
Now, there are no units here right now. The cavalry's coming in. Whoops. Oh, shit. I forgot I have to hold it. I think the Galatians are going to try to go across the river. And that all the Illyrians are just going to try to go across the river. I mean, the Galatians are going to try to go across the bridge, but the Illyrians are going to go across the river right into my cataphracts and elephants. The Successors tend to bring a lot of elephants. With the exception of Macedon. You have to recruit them as mercenaries when you're playing as Macedon. Egypt has African elephants, Carthage has African elephants, but they're a Hellenic faction. Pontus isn't a Hellenic faction, it's a Eastern faction, technically. So you can't say that. But Pontus doesn't have access to elephants. And Pontus used to be yellow before Emperor Edition came out. The Seleucids were this thing in the middle right here was a navy blue.
Of the archers!
The AI tends to do a lot of weird things. And overall the AI is pretty slow, but again, I don't think I need them. But they will probably reduce casualties if they come in time. The cavalry is going to go across. When they come into range of these heavy archers, and the only reason I'm keeping my heavy archers behind this time is because they have no skirmishers, so there's no point of me keeping them in front. They are almost in range. There. All the highest missile block chance that a cavalry unit will have, and I mean all cavalry units will have, is 25%. Because I think almost all cavalry have the same shield, same shield type, even though their shields are different. Lancers or shock cav really will have no missile block chance. because they only wield one thing, their lance or their pike. The cavalry will get mowed down. 8 shots per minute is pretty good. You can get it higher.
Silver shield swordsman! As you command!
No need to waste precursors, as they are going to rout anyway. Once again, no units over here. Now the Galatians have caught up and are probably going to help me defend. Almost half of... They have 61% ammo left in this unit and 50 in this one.
Pick your targets, men!
Not a waste if you ask me. I mean, cavalry can be pretty annoying to deal with, especially low tier ones. Now I'd rather save the rest of my ammunition for the general, but the general usually comes last and is therefore slightly harder to kill.
Right, cavalry!
I have my men in 2 lines because I don't need to have 5 lines. And plus, if I did have 5 lines, I'd probably have to stretch them out a little bit further. And it's really for preservation reasons. You don't need 5 silver shield swordsmen in front. 2, I mean, just 1 is good enough. But I want to keep my units somewhat alive, as well as not having all of my units damaged, just in case I get counterattacked by the Dalmete, which is the other Illyrian faction.
Have the archers!
I think I'll just use the rest of my ammunition. Or maybe I'll just wait until...
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
Yeah, I think I'll just wait until the bulk of the army start coming through to continue firing.
As you wish!
Stop.
Listen to orders! Curse your souls! Look out! Behind you! Draw swords!
See, they have the cloth as their base armor, and then they have shields. I think they have a total of 45 armor. I can't remember. And I want to just point this out really quickly. Your mass, which is like your entity, which is very heavy, heavy, medium, very light, light, and super heavy. That for infantry, what that means is how fast you move and also how well you can brace charges from cavalry, chariots, and elephants. That's for infantry. So for example, Syrian heavy archers, they're light, they're not very light. They can brace a little bit better against light cavalry, but they can't brace that well against maybe medium, heavy, and very heavy. Definitely heavy and very heavy they won't brace well against. However, silver shield swordsmen brace better. Now they are not bracing when fire at will is on and they are throwing precursors. Like you know when a unit's about to throw their precursors, if you're running towards a charging cavalry unit, you're definitely not braced and you're going to take more casualties. But if you're throwing precursors while you're just standing still, you're not bracing either. And you're going to take more casualties than you would if you weren't throwing precursors. If you're in shield wall, you brace better, but you're not throwing precursors. Still, it's better to be in shield wall when you're fighting against chariots, elephants, and shock cav in general than it is than not being in it. 1 second. Anyway, sorry about that. It was just a phone call. I have to charge my phone. I'll probably do that after this battle. Anyway, like I was saying, when you're throwing precursors standing still, you're not braced, but still, it's a good idea to do it when the cavalry unit's coming out, and you'll see that a lot in multiplayer battles. Cataphracts sometimes do it if they don't get a good charge. If you use shield wall and hopefully you brace well before the cavalry unit goes through, because if they can knock down all your units, then you're probably not going to be able to throw a lot of precursors back. And also, somebody, the person that I watched like mechanics videos from, like that show how all of this works, said that very heavy units, very heavy and super heavy, take longer to get up than light or very light, which makes sense because they move slower. But anyway, that's just my thought on that. It's also why hoplites tend to brace better than swordmen in general, because they don't throw precursors. And hoplite wall is a pretty good way to stop cavalry charges. Frontal cavalry charges, that is. They work, shield wall and, what is it? Shield wall and hoplite wall work in the same way. They're taking a while to. The AI sometimes doesn't even like he could have just attacked that. Instead he's just walking. Now he used all of his javelins. And now the precursors are like letting loose. Again, I'm gonna just let the Galatians do what they do best. Now
the enemy is attacking our ally!
That's a general. I can't charge this general because they have expert charge defense. I could use a silver shield swordsman to force them back, but I'll wait for the Galatians to do what they do best. And this battle might take a little bit longer than I expected because there's still units just pouring in from outside of the border. Now this Galatian nobleman should win, even though they're very tired.
The enemy general is dead!
Yeah, and the general just died, so that's good. I wish there was a way to control the AI, like tell them where to go, like there was in, I think, actually you couldn't do that even in Shogun 2, but you could set a rally point so that they could follow it. The Illyrians are only going to cross the river when all of the armies here. And that also includes the units that are coming in from the back, so this battle is going to take a while. The only reason I'm not fast forwarding is because I'm not sure if the Illyrians still need my help. When you're using javelin men like this, you have to be careful of not hitting your own men, because the AI is kind of hitting his own men in the process of hitting this unit right here. Like some of the the javelins are actually going past it. And also, something that's really interesting that not a lot of people know about Rome 2. Oh, now they're gonna start crossing.
Infantry, at your command! Ready for orders! Silver shield swordsman!
They can't move, like they can only go past here. So I'm gonna move my men up.
Follow me! Hellenic cataphracts! Riders, forward! Of the archers!
I think it would be a good idea to move this unit of archers over to help.
Get ready!
Is the general here? No, the general's still back here. However, this blob is asking to get hit hard. So I'm going to help out the Galatians a little bit, because they're going to get surrounded by the Illyrian raiders, and coastal levies too.
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
Of the archers!
$103 kills, 119 kills, not bad. I was hoping for more, to be honest.
By your command, Hellenic cataphracts, silver shield swordsman!
If you have cataphracts on your flanks, and you're playing as, well, it doesn't really matter which faction you're playing as. If you have cataphracts on your flanks, and you're going to use it, then that means that your opponent's in real trouble. If cataphracts can shatter the flanks,
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
You can use whatever infantry you have behind them, or if you don't have infantry, the cataphracts themselves to hit the rear of the center. And I know most of the times what I say doesn't make sense,
What are your orders?
but
One of our units has used
you know,
all its ammunition.
I mean, if you knew how I play Rome 2, the Galatians are just rushing in there. Eventually, the Galatians are going to lose. However, if I do help them out now, and then get my cataphracts somehow, miraculously, all the way through the bridge, and then through here, I could probably smash the entire army at the back and cause a major rout. Yeah, I'm probably just talking garbage. I don't think I can do that. I don't know if they can last that long. They will if I use my Silver Shield Swordsman now. I'm going to turn off.
Silver shield swordsman! Allied troops awaiting order! Ready to ride! Silver shield swordsman!
because units are still pouring in.
The enemy general is dead.
It's another general dead. The general that I want dead is this one, because this is the only general that if he dies, the entire army suffers a minus 30 minute morale penalty for the first 30 seconds, and then after that minus 15 for the rest of the battle. The other generals, yeah, they need to be dead too, but not as much as this one right here. And if you're new to Rome 2, which I don't think anyone here is, you can tell who the general is, and I don't know if you can in Legendary, but in all instances, he'll have a name and then what his unit type is. This is a Luring Hoplites, not Noble Hoplites, as I first thought it was. But you also see him have a banner. Like his banner will be, his banner will be different from the rest of the banners, in which you'll have a vexillum, that's what they call it, on top of his head.
Silver shield swordsman!
The cataphracts are going to take a long time to get to where I want them to, and by the time they get there, they're going to be tired. I'm going to bring over my Royal Peltas. But turn the fire at will off.
Hold
209 kills, that's like a lot better.
your orders! What are your orders?
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
Now my goal right now is to use the cataphracts to take out the reinforcements. That also includes the Illyrian cav. So now they can just walk. But I have to pay close attention to the cataphracts. I haven't suffered any losses right now, but the Galatians are losing a lot of men. Because the AI does what the AI does best. And just a random fact, you want to use Axemen against the units that have more base value armor, not shield, not total armor, but more silver, more base armor. For example, Silver Shield Swordsmen have 48 base value and 35 shield value. You'd want to use them against. You'd want to use Axemen against these guys instead of Royal Peltas, who have 45 shield value and 37. You'd rather use a regular sword unit against these guys because they have less base armor. Because axes, and I don't know if axes go. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the total armor value is what blocks both melee attacks and.
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
Missiles. The shield blocks melee attacks and missiles, and then the base value is what, how much damage is. Well, no, that still doesn't make sense. Are my cataphracts alive and well?
Cataphracts! Engage!
I don't know. I still have to look into it because axes, Rampeia wielding and Falx wielding units have an ability to.
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
Cause armor piercing damage.
Advance at speed! Engage!
As long as they don't throw their pula, they're trying to brace, which the AI always tries to do. They didn't really brace that well.
Yes, Commander! Hellenic cataphracts!
Now that charge should have been good enough to take down both. However, I might have to charge again.
By your command.
No, not with that one.
Hellenic cataphracts.
This one I have to charge again.
As you command. Heavy horse.
And now they're throwing their Pila.
Bring forward. Hellenic
Not a big deal.
cataphracts. Quickly now. For glory. At your service. Riders, advance! Orders. Your orders, Commander. By your command!
This is why the charge has to be decisive.
Understood!
You have about 5 seconds to get out of
For glory!
units that are medium.
Cataphracts!
Because they get up faster.
Advance! Quickly now! Ready and waiting. Charge! Hellenic cataphracts! By your command! Ready. Advance at speed! Your orders? Orders? Commander. Ready and waiting. Your orders? Orders understood! Forward! Advance! Hellenic cataphracts! Cataphracts! Hellenic cataphracts! Engage! Ready to run! Commander.
Alright, that will do. Alright men, rest up because there's more
Forward!
to take out.
Riders! Silver shield swordsman!
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
Hellenic cataphracts!
There's gonna be a lot more. Good grief.
Heavy horse at your command!
I don't know if I can take all of them down.
Cataphracts!
I mean, my men are already tired. I think it would be best if I just continued. Because now the general's going through. I think that means that these are the last reinforcements coming in. Oh god, I hope so. Now they're going to put everything they got to go across the bridge. Actually, no.
Armored elephant!
I only lost 1 model in this unit and then 3 in this one. So
We have
those are
discovered the
failed.
enemy's hidden units.
Commander! Cataphracts! Ready! As you command! Advance at speed!
I'm going to use my... a light horse to chase down units that are routing.
Ready to ride. Your orders?
That should do it. Like super heavy shock have the third best mass, I think.
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
The Galatian general's still alive.
Silver shield swordsman! Elephants at the ready!
Okay.
Light cavalry!
I've got to use my cataphracts to take out those Illyrian cav.
Advance!
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
By now they should be exhausted. Remember, this is also my best army, so I have to be careful with my unit preservation and also my model preservation.
We have discovered the enemy's hidden units.
Riders at the double! Swift ride. Orders.
I don't think I'll need to wait for this unit. But I'd rather do that. Come on, just route him already. Lost a model, that's fine.
As you command. Swift melee cavalry. Heavy cavalry ready and willing. Forward!
Oi, oi, oi. They are coming across here. Good thing I was paying attention to my unit cards. My general needs to come back then. Now here comes the decisive charge, and this charge has to be decisive to rout the entire army. I'm not gonna put
Our
it in
general
slow
is
mo.
under attack.
Heavy horse at your command.
Yep, it was a good charge. Look at that kill count. It's not as good as I wanted it to be, but it's good enough. It will cause a mouse to rout, and that's really what's needed.
Silver shield swordsman. By your command. Any infantry. Hellenic cataphracts.
Now I can pull out my cataphracts knowing they've done what they were supposed to,
Orders.
and go for the stragglers.
Ready.
I might lose a few models doing this, but that's fine.
Ready. Ready and wait. Light cavalry! Swift melee cavalry! Silver shield swordsman! Advance! Hellenic cataphracts! For glory! Shock cavalry ready! General!
My Silver Shield pikemen are losing a few models.
The enemy general is dead.
Alright, so that's the end of the battle. Now that the general's dead, there's no way that any of the units are coming back. So now we just finish mopping up whatever resistance left.
Right cavalry!
Here.
To charge!
At your service. Advance!
General! Fire at will! At speed! And the double!
Maybe
At
right
speed!
there. We'll be fine.
Obliterate them!
Armored elephants!
Silver shield! By your command!
Shield bearers! Advance at speed!
Melee cavalry ready!
Orders!
Light cavalry! Hostages! Form phalanx!
By your command. Quickly now, Commander!
As you command!
Melee cavalry! Riders, at the double!
Riders! At the double!
Melee infantry ready! Silver shields!
Armored elephant!
Riders! Advance! Light cavalry!
For glory! Come forward!
Commander!
Elephants!
I'm actually surprised that any of the units are going past my shield bearers.
Armored
Guess it happens.
elephants!
So now we just continue the slaughter.
The brave ready for on!
Another, I guess this is considered a heroic victory, even though the Galatians took quite a beating. On my side, I took this unit lost a model, this unit lost 9, this one lost 4, 3, 1, 2. No silver shield swordsmen were lost. No shield bearers were lost, and no archers were lost. So I took like less than 50. Let's just say that. No, I'm just joking. 9, 13, 14, 17, 18, 20 losses. Not bad. The Galatians took much more.
Light cavalry!
Break for glory!
We await your order! Forward!
It's fine if the units disperse like that. cataphracts did what they were supposed to, even though I had to rear charge. I should kill him.
at the double! Engage!
This unit didn't die. The other did. The other's one did.
Light cavalry! Let's engage! For glory!
To be honest, they were pretty far out, so I think it would be best to chase these ones down. However, the battle's almost done anyway, so I might not be able to. I think that was a pretty good battle. What do you guys think? Decisive? Fair enough. I mean, again, the Galatians took quite a beating, and I took 20 losses. But killed the most, man. Galatia could learn a thing or two about unit preservation. They got a lot of kills, but they didn't have to lose that many men. I mean, they could have probably lost like 400 men and still had the same amount of kills. The Diorsi should have about 500 men left. Maybe a little bit less than 500. I captured 1,016 men. It would be a shame to kill them all when I could just enslave them. I knew I was gonna go back to war with Nabatea.
There is much to be said for generosity between friends. It profits both parties. Don't you agree?
Unfortunately, I don't have an army right there. The closest army is... And it was funny. It's funny because I'm just pulling back this army now, back all the way to Antioch, so that they can fight the war in the east. Now I have to deal with this faction.
At your command.
I'm gonna have to force march all the way back to here. That's gonna take like a good 6 turns. Fortunately for me, I'm a good general.
And honor!
This seems like an unwinnable battle because of the amount of javelin they have, and they only have 2 cavalry units. They also have 2 cavalry units with their mercenaries. I should win. I should. If I don't, then I'm in big trouble.
Come on! Ready! Marksman! Form phalanx! Awaiting orders!
I might get flanked, so I'll just keep these guys behind.
What are your orders? As you wish! Our spears are yours!
General! Battle group disbanding! Light infantry ready.
Ready and waiting.
Your orders. Understood. Ready and waiting.
Cavalry right here, so they can have advantage. They have the hill advantage.
Pikemen! I'm sure that we will find plenty of loot among those dandies and fops over there. All we have to do first is kill enough of them. Given their cowardice, that should not be too hard. To arms!
You pig-loving barbarian ingrates! Come on, kiss my ass!
Alright then.
Pikemen ready for orders.
Understood. Yes, come on. Citizen cavalry!
The faster I beat those javelin men, the faster I'll win this battle.
Riders!
If I don't beat
advance!
these javelin men, I'm gonna lose because those javelin men are gonna hurt levy pikemen who have low health, as well as pikemen who have bad armor.
Pikemen!
At speed! Advance at speed!
Alright, they're in position.
Melee cavalry
Your
ready!
orders.
Alright, here it comes.
Riders, at the double!
First we take out the slingers,
Citizen
then we make our
cavalry.
way backwards.
Heymen! Charge! Our orders!
Our general is under attack.
I'm using my hillmen to soak up some damage.
Citizen cavalry! Engage! Commander!
Break the lines! Ready! For glory! Charge! Engage! Forward!
Citizen cavalry!
Yes, Commander! Ready and waiting! Ready! Commander! Quickly now!
The men are wavering.
Come on. I have to work a bit faster.
Citizen cavalry!
Your orders!
My general might die
Citizen cavalry!
by the time I...
For glory! Forward!
Now that his spearmen are occupied, I can freely take out the javelin men.
Melee cavalry!
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Commander! Ready!
Citizen cavalry!
Melee horsemen! Forward!
So far, so good.
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Citizen cavalry! We are at your command! Archers! Fire! Archers!
Slingers!
Fire on the... Citizen cavalry! Yes, Commander! Archers!
Now! Slingers!
orders!
Citizen cavalry!
I think my general's already dead.
Forward! Spears at your command! Leap forward!
Your orders!
Light infantry at your command.
The battle is turning in our favor.
Forward! Mob!
Your orders.
By your commands!
By now, everything's done.
Cavalry! Engage! Charge! Archers!
Orders!
Loose! Citizen cavalry! Ready your weapons!
Melee cavalry.
Engage! Advance! Orders! Tribunos!
Missile infantry at your command!
The enemy general is dead.
Alright
At
then.
the double! Mob! For glory! Engage! Slingers! Citizen! Forward! Charge! To forward! Orders, my lord! Citizen cavalry!
Just fast forward a bit. So I survived their onslaught for a while. I don't know when the next Nabatean army is coming, but I know I'll be ready for it. I'm gonna have to postpone my advance onto Cybernica for a while. Only one unit got away, and that was the unit I was chasing.
Ready for battle!
Now I have to force march all the way over there. while the army that I'm force marching back over
Commander.
here makes it back to Antioch. Still have their tier 3 building. That's good.
Ready for orders.
My advance into Delminium is
To battle!
going.
At once. Destroy them! Ready for further orders. We take this settlement! We hunger for battle!
I could keep this.
Commander,
I could increase weapon damage, or I could increase missile range, or melee attack. I'd be better off with weapon damage because Silver Shield Pikemen don't have good weapon damage, and neither do Shield Bearers.
ready for battle!
31's okay. 30 isn't. Like, this is 4 armor piercing and 26 weapon damage, base damage, I think. Yep. And this is 6 armor piercing, or 8. No, it's 5. Shield bearers have 5 armor piercing. Okay, it's different there for different hoplites then. Dark's hoplites, I think, have 8. Doesn't matter. Cataphracts now have 102 charge and 28 weapon damage.
At your command.
How can I be of assistance? On the road again. In your service, I never tire. Treading softly.
Commander,
How far am I from? I have about 80 more points to, or 80 more experience points to go, which is, that could be 4 heroic victories, about 5 decisive victories, and a close victory maybe. Or that's 8 close victories. I'm more likely to get 5 decisive victories than 4 heroic victories. And the Galatians are upgrading, which is good.
I will be honest.
I need Italy. I need Rome. I need Italy and I need Bactria. First we'll focus on Italy and then we'll focus on the Parthians. Is that a slave army? There's a slave army coming right behind them. And it's a barbaric one too. The slaves have the biggest roster in the game. They have access to almost every unit that each faction has, with the exception of non-playable factions. I don't think they have access to cataphracts, but they have access to Praetorian guards and Praetorians. They have access to, I think, Oathsworn as well, and probably some other things. Now I can get Azat Knights, a game of Cav, Hellenic Cataphracts, and Indian Armored Elephants. I'm gonna get Azat Knights for my my veteran army right here, and they will replace the light cavalry. And so I'll have a completely veteran army with Syrian heavy archers, Azat Knights instead of a game of Cav, because a game of Cav work in the same way as companion Cav do. Indian armored elephants have more health than regular elephants. Shield bearers, five silver shield swordsmen, 3 silver shield pikemen, 2 Hellenic cataphracts, and royal peltasts as a general. Super heavy elephants have the biggest mass in the game, I think. You'd have to go like past the database, like not on Total War Honga, but on. You'd have to go to. What is it?
We hunger for battle. Is that all? Laying an ambush.
You would have to go past Total War Honga and into the actual database using the data file pack or whatever it's called to find out which unit has the most mass. And the person that I was watching said that he didn't do elephants, but he said that super heavy shot cav have the most mass when it comes to cavalry. So that means to me that super heavy elephants have the most mass in the game, and are therefore that's why they knock down a lot of units when they charge. Anyway, back to the campaign. I'm going to try to set up an ambush, see if I can catch the Dalmate a little off guard so I can take Ider and prevent... Oh wait, these are transports.
Ready for orders.
Okay, am I in range? No, I'm not, because...
Ready for battle.
I would have to be over here.
Lying in wait.
If my siege fails again, then of course I'm in a bad situation where I'll be stuck again. Yep. Knew it. It's another army. My pikemen have recovered enough
Commander,
for them to withstand. They'll surrender in 2 turns, and in those 2 turns I should be able to make it.
to your command. I want hourly patrols.
Couldn't set up a trap. Oh well. As you can see, I'm making a lot of money, but I'm not using it.
Your orders? Ready for orders.
Okay, so where are my armies? I have an army here. No, that's not mine. This is mine. This army right here is mine. I have an army that's going to fight the Nabateans here. I have an army that's coming back. And then I have an army that's stuck here, doing nothing right now. But I'll probably use it against the Romans. So my situation isn't any different. The Romans did lose Libya. I mean, Macomades. So that's good.
At your command.
Jesus Christ. +5. Eastern cultural influence isn't good.
Ready for orders. At your command. Commander?
Now you're probably wondering why yesterday, actually no, it's not my stream title today. Stream title is different. Yeah. Yesterday I had a stream title. My stream title was different. It was whatever it was, and then it said including pikes versus elephants. The reason why I put that in there is because I don't think elephants have the same disadvantage that cavalry does when they're fighting pikes frontally. Elephants, from what I've seen, are able to withstand enough punishment to go past the pikes and maybe even get to the center of the unit. And I wanted to test that out yesterday, but I didn't get a chance
At your
to.
command.
Anyway, they just have to hold out 2 more turns, and then I can come up. I'm just checking my Gmail, so excuse me for like a minute.
Between friends.
Alright, I'm back. Just hold out a bit longer.
Ready for orders. Commander. Hold this at garrison.
I can hold out one more turn. That's all I need, one turn. And I'm going to not stop there, but just go completely south.
Journey completed.
You can call. Swifter than Hermes. My work is done. For now.
Ready for battle. Let them cower like kennelled dogs!
Those are some hefty reinforcements. Still pretty easy. Just more cavalry that I have to be careful of.
General! General! Phalanx! Silver shield pikeman! Awaiting orders!
They don't have skirmishers because the reason why you might not see Illyrians have skirmishers is because they have to have the slave building to get skirmishers.
Heavy archers!
Because those are their only skirmishers. They can't get like other skirmishers. Only bad skirmishers. They can get mercenaries, but to upkeep them is really disastrous.
We are at your command!
This time I'm going to have all 5 Silver Shield swordsmen up front.
Your orders? Ready, men! Ready!
Army's a little bit messed up, but it will do.
Melee troops! I have come to battle like my forefathers, in the expectation of victory. We will go over those walls and
Enemy reinforcements approaching.
we will leave nothing but tears. Make ready!
I'll let the reinforcements come. Battles are more fun when you can fight the entire army. But from a strategic point of view, I should just try to rout whatever units don't have expert charge defense. Because the RDA get hard countered by any faction that are good with missile troops. For example, Armenia or Parthia, especially Cimmeria. Cimmeria hard counters the Illyrians because the the Cimmerians focus on missile superiority. They focus on good, cheap missile units. Then they have high tier missile units. They have, I think, the best archers in the game. 40 missile damage, 7 shots per minute, and 150 range. I don't like elite Persian archers have 7 shots per minute, but they have 35 missile damage. Both elite Persian archers and Cimmerian heavy archers have the anti-cavalry spears, so I can't say that elite Persian archers would beat them in that respect.
Quick march!
But what I can say is that the elite Persian archers
Royal peltasts!
well, actually, I don't know if the elite Persian archers move faster. The Cimmerian heavy archers have more armor and therefore move slower. Whoa, some lag there. I don't think my laptop can process all of the units that are here.
Ready for orders! Orders understood! Armored elephants! Quickly now! Stand up straight! You are warriors, not sacks of barley!
Silver shield swordsman!
Death is coming for the lucky ones.
Thanks. I feel so much better now. Silver shield, pikemen! Orders?
Your orders?
Pikemen tire out a lot quicker than they used to.
Eyes front! No flinching! Show them how men behave! Men!
Same armor as shield bearers, but not the same shield. The Spolas is smaller than the Hoplon. These guys have the Darius. However,
Silver shield swordsman!
I think it's painted silver, which is why it's like this. So I think by now they've pretty much made it.
Commander! General! At speed!
So now that they're filling up here, I can start my attack. The general, thankfully, is all the way over there, so it might be a good idea to
As you command!
start now. I might be able to use my cataphracts to deter any charges coming out from any units coming out from here or over here. My elephants can do the same for here, but they probably won't need to.
Heavy archers!
Royal peltasts!
Orders! Command!
In range, so I can start making shots.
Take your targets!
Now, what did they have before? I wasn't paying attention. They probably had less missile damage. Oh yes, they did, because I just researched what came after Cataphractoi. Advanced Cavalry Tactics, that's what I researched, and now I have access. better missile damage.
Royal peltasts!
Orders!
General!
Ready and waiting!
As you command!
At speed! At the double!
What are your orders? At the double!
Silver shield! Heavy
Yeah, they have
archers!
41 missile damage without like any precision shot or anything.
Yours to command! On me!
Oh yes, that's right. They have their own skirmishers because this is a garrison.
Ready and waiting! Quick march! Ready! Lie ready!
Spear infantry ready! Double time!
The unwashed bastards! They're fighting back!
Aye! Enemies tend to do that!
Here they come.
Forever loyal!
Get the ready!
Gonna get my cataphracts ready as well. Might need my light cav to get rid of these pesky slave slingers. And javelin, of course.
Ready!
Royal peltasts! At speed!
Ready and waiting! Advance at
Our
speed!
orders! Advance at speed!
Oops. Activated it a little too early. Boy, I didn't see them. Where'd you come from? And the battle's done. Good game, well played, I guess.
Armored elephants!
One of our units has gone berserk.
Basically, the elephants would have just got more kills. And as you can see, they're going past the pikemen, which is something that I've noticed with elephants. 14 losses, 3,243 kills. And I mean, they got 929 kills in like less than a minute. This time, I'm just gonna not sack or raise.
Ready for battle!
Rather peacefully occupy. Oh, I must have missed his fleet. Darn it. I wasn't paying attention. Nah, why not just make another army? I mean, I don't see why not, right? Oh. Oh, and that's right, they're not. They still have a territory up here, which I have to take. No, they'd have to force march to come onto land, so yeah, I'm going to put a general here. Silver Shield Swordsman.
We hunger! Set up the watch!
Can't recruit anything right now, which is fine. Don't need mercenaries.
It's your command.
However, you can't go wrong with dogs. Dogs are pretty good for disrupting enemy lines. They're also pretty good for stopping charges. They're best used against skirmishers. Pretty much any unit that has low armor, they're really good against. They can be pretty useful against naked swords, but naked swords do... I don't know if they have a bonus versus special. They shouldn't.
Commander! We hunger for battle!
I think when I pacify the Nemesians, I'm going to end the stream for now because I have to make a few phone calls.
I offer this morsel. Now, like a wolf at the door, perhaps you will go find better hunting somewhere else.
He's right. I have to now focus my attention to the Nemesians, who are like doing their best to avoid me.
doubts their authority. The gods have forsaken me.
Make haste, men. Gathering supplies. Of death and honor! Ready for... At once, Commander.
Hi, Steve-O. How are you?
We cannot follow this order. For glory and honor! We hunger for battle.
My wits and words are yours.
Ready for orders. At your command.
Ready, willing, and able.
Just be rank 5. Yeah, pretty rich.
Commander.
I mean, that's what you get for having a bunch of agricultural buildings. Most of my wealth is coming from the agricultural buildings. Wait, here it is. It's from taxing these places. 7,000 of my talent is coming from trade. I have a bunch of slaves now, so I have to be careful. And then I have a few satrapies. The Celts are giving me the most money with 1,000.
At your command.
I also only have...
Hunger for battle.
I think I'm gonna disband him. I'm gonna disband him, make him travel home. I might need him somewhere else. For the time being, I don't.
Ready for battle. To it, men.
How can I serve you?
How may I serve you? At your service.
In the next stream, we're gonna march straight through Italy and hopefully get to Syracuse. Now, how long have I been streaming for? Should be only like 3 hours or something. 3 hours 41 minutes. Okay, almost 4 hours.
At your command.
So although nobody wants to admit it, this stream is sadly coming to an end soon. Anyway, I'll be right back. I have to charge my phone, like I said. And then we'll go. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, that's another... Jesus. They're gonna sack me so hard. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I really don't want to get sacked. Gosh. Darn. Okay, what I might do is... I'll figure something out. I don't want to just auto-resolve it without a fight. I can't go out down without a fight. I have to fight it. I have to make a berserk charge to take out the slingers. Once I take out the slingers, then my pikemen can take out the cavalry as well as the weakened coastal levies. My biggest concern is the cavalry, but it's also the general. I mean, don't be surprised if I don't win. You know, I probably won't. Because even though this is a siege, anything is possible.
Haven!
My lord! Defensive positions!
Haven! Pikes at the ready! Form phalanx! General! Here we stand. We will defend our people and our lands to the last breath. By all the gods, my sword will fall from my cold, dead hand before I retreat. Make the same oath. Be courageous!
Melee infantry at the ready! As you say!
Haven!
As you command! Melee infantry! Double time!
Haven!
Hold position! Infantry at your command!
I don't know why I have to go all the way over here just to get out of there. I wanted to just hit this unit from the flank over here. Like, come all the way from here so I can avoid the slingers attacking my cavalry, but whatever. I mean, these guys aren't gonna attack me because they're pushing that there. They'd have to drop their siege engine.
Hack forward!
All right, I'll do that.
Citizen cavalry!
Quickly now!
Riders at the double! Advance!
Forward!
Commander!
Our general is under attack.
Advance! Yes, Commander!
Forward! Understood! Advance at speed! Yes, Commander!
Your orders! Orders understood!
Boy, I can't. I have to retreat now.
Cavalry!
Those cavalry
Riders
units
at the double!
will beat me
Riders,
with these.
Advance!
Advance at speed!
Get some bloody water! Fast!
Where the bloody hell did that come from?
Put him out of his misery!
My blade is itching to cut you open!
Hope you kissed your wives goodbye!
Because we'll soon be kissing them hello!
Shutting them out! Nasty! I do not believe in anyway such as...
Right, here they come.
Raven!
Get them!
Haven! Haven!
As you say!
Quick march!
Actually, I'll just keep my unit of cav.
Haven! General!
By your command!
Citizen cavalry! Pikes ready!
command! Orders understood!
General!
Riders at the double! Forward!
That is insolent!
Swift riders at your command!
Citizen cavalry!
Orders!
We have captured the gates!
Cut them down! At speed!
David!
For glory! Citizen cavalry!
David!
Ready for orders. At the double!
Ready and waiting.
Our men flee the field of battle! This is a shameful display.
They're ready! General!
Quickly now!
Citizen cavalry! Orders understood!
Riders at the double!
Charge! Assault the wall! Assault the wall!
Engage! Over glory! Forward! Follow me! Quickly now! Understood! Our orders! Melee cavalry! As you command!
Orders! Citizen cavalry! Melee infantry ready!
Use them! Leave them!
Citizen cavalry! Quick march! At the double! Orders!
David!
Pull back! Break from the enemy! Citizen cavalry!
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
Yes, Commander! Yours to command! Advance at speed! Citizen cavalry!
Oh shoot.
By your forwards!
Wait,
Pikemen, ready for orders. At your service. Attack that position! Citizen cavalry!
I was trying to get my citizen
Orders
cap out of there.
understood! Understood! As you command! Orders understood! As you command!
Our men flee the field of battle! This is a shameful display.
I don't know yet.
Pikes ready. By your command! As you command! Yours to command! David! We await your command! By your command! Ready! Forward!
I probably did win. I did say don't expect me to win, but I think I did.
Ready for orders. Break the lines! Orders! As you command!
Our men flee the field of battle.
I knew
This is
taking
a
out the
shameful
slingers was a
display.
good idea.
Do not go away! Make them suffer! Swords, men! Swords! Have at them! Ready and waiting.
The enemy general is dead.
Yes, come on! Quickly now! Flee and we die! Keep fighting! For glory!
Taking out the last slingers.
Melee horsemen! Orders understood!
And that should effectively end the battle. Because
We await your command!
unless he dismounts their cav, which they never do, they can't get into the settlement.
At your service! Double time!
So basically what the AI tries to do is burn down the gates.
We await your command! At the double!
However, the cavalry tend to die quickly from the fire arrows. And the fire damage that they do is pretty bad. So I mean, I think this is the end of the battle. They've done 11 fire damage. Which is fine. $16. Yeah, that's pretty much it. A costly victory, but still a victory. I killed 679 men. They took 10,090 losses. So I guess I still won,
Observing the enemy, sir.
and I didn't get sacked, which is good. And now for the counterattack.
On the move!
I'm not letting them get away.
They will learn to fear.
And now
Ares be praised.
their general is now Legatus. Again, they have the rosters of every faction and can get almost any general. Almost any general.
Commander, destroy them! Ready for orders. Commander. Ready for orders.
At your service. I will make them doubt them. Success comes naturally to some.
We hunger for battle. Ready for orders. Ready for battle. Commander. The enemy must never have rest. My power knows no bounds. Commander. To your duties, men. I am the champion of the gods.
And continued friendship. I will be honest. I seek coin as token of your good and continued friendship.
Zenobius died. Shame. I changed it.
Ready for orders. I am greater than mighty Achilles. We hunt for the gods! We cannot pass here. Make haste, men. How can I serve you? 1, 2, ready for battle. 4. Our advance has been halted. It's your command.
What do you wish of me? We make war so we may live in peace.
Now what turn am I on? I am on turn 107 and I have 600,000 talents, almost. It's pretty good.
Ready for order. I am the champion of the... Burn those shields. Ready for battle.
Now I can get level 3 horses. Charge is good. Gives them 109 charge without using trample. Or I mean, is that trample or stampede? No, it's trample. Stampede is for elephants. That's right.
Ready for battle.
What's wrong with having mercenaries? Nothing is wrong with having mercenaries.
Ready for battle. Ready for orders. Commander. We hunger for battle. Ready for orders.
It's not a whole lot to do, man. I can get a town though.
Commander.
So where's... Here it is. Diospolis.
At your command.
I love having enough money to spend on unit upgrades. Please don't kill him. You missed. That's good.
Will you not give our people a little gold?
To battle!
Boy. I didn't think I'd be at such a disadvantage. Okay. I actually have to fight this. I should have got covert operations on this army. I have to fight it because if I don't, then I'll lose my elephants.
Persian archers!
As you say! Ready! Commander! Your orders? Ready! Form phalanx! Thorax pikemen! Thorax swordsman! Orders! Thorax swordsman! Thorax pikemen! Ready for orders. Understood.
Persian archers!
Orders!
Orders, my lord!
Ready! Yours to command.
This time the elephants are getting me on the right.
Elephants! Ready, men!
Because that's where the general is.
Royal peltasts! War elephants! Citizen cavalry! Ready for order. Ready and waiting. Orders?
Ares and Artemis have been kind today. This will be a hunt rather than a battle. But though we
Enemy
are
reinforcements
friends with our
approaching.
foes, remember that a cornered rat can still bite. Now, await your orders.
General! Quick march!
They're coming from behind me. So I'm gonna turn to
Yes,
face them.
Commander! At the double! Citizen cavalry!
I still have to deal with the vulnerable general.
Melee troops! Double time! Citizen cavalry! As you command! Orders! Persian hoplites! Royal peltasts! Quick march! Elephants ready for battle! Orders! Yes, Commander! Swift
I'm gonna hit the
cavalry!
flank.
By your command!
Actually, no.
By your command!
Forward!
I have to make sure that he doesn't throw his pila.
Melee cavalry ready! Advance at speed!
So
Riders at the double!
now my elephants can come through.
Yes, Commander! Orders understood! Elephants! As you command! Forever!
Because I got a good knockdown since he wasn't
Citizen
facing the right
cavalry!
way.
Understood! War elephants! As you wish!
Citizen cavalry!
Elephants at the ready!
We understand! As you wish! As you command! Quickly now!
Now they braced a little bit better.
Melee cavalry! Ready! For honor!
Citizen cavalry!
Swift riders!
Thorax pikemen! Citizen cavalry!
For glory!
Orders understood!
Forward!
Yours to command!
Melee horsemen! Riders at the double! Forward!
Hopefully,
Citizen cavalry!
Awaiting order!
because I can't pay attention for too long.
Arabian cavalry!
Light cavalry! Citizen cavalry!
They're still not ready.
Elephants ready for battle!
One more charge should do it.
Melee cavalry! Yes, Commander!
They haven't been getting a lot of kills either. But this should do it.
Watch it! You nearly had my head! Citizen cavalry!
As you command! Advance at speed!
Rider!
The general should be dead now.
Citizen cavalry!
Engage!
The enemy general is dead.
Arabian cavalry!
We await your command!
General! Royal peltasts!
Orders!
Ready! Double time! Understood!
Our lord, my lord!
Double time! Orders!
Double time!
Polak swordsman!
Melee infantry!
Polak swordsman!
General! Your orders? Yes, Commander! Men of Persia!
Orders!
Understood! We await your orders!
Arabian cavalry!
Citizen cavalry! Forward!
Riders at the double! Advance at speed! Quickly now! Forward! Forward! Engage!
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
For glory! Forward! Riders advance!
Arabian cavalry!
Swift riders at your command! Charge!
Awaiting orders!
For glory! Citizen cavalry! Swift melee cavalry! Men of Persia!
Melee cavalry!
Arabian cavalry!
Forever loyal!
Swift riders at your command!
Orders, my lord! Charge! General!
swordsman! Yes, Commander!
The enemy general is dead.
Arabian cavalry!
36 losses, 1,419 kills. They killed 33 of my men.
Ready for battle! None will escape!
Yeah!
Just give me a second, guys. I want to look up something. I'm going to compare noble swordsmen to Galatian legionaries and dark swordsmen, and then they have more melee attack but less weapon damage. Less charge, less melee defense, less armor, but same shield armor, less health. Okay, so overall they were a lot worse than Galatian legionaries. Alright, fair enough. No point of making them a satrapy. I'll keep that.
We hunger for battle.
After, so, like I said, yeah, I'm gonna have to end the stream here. Unfortunately, I have to, because I have to make a few calls to my college, because they said they were going to send out something, but I haven't gotten it yet, so I have to call them. Then I have to call this place to see if I got a job there, and then I have to do a bunch of other things. However, I might be able to stream in about 3 to 4 hours.
Ready for orders.
So, if I can, I will. If I can't, then I won't. Right? So, anyway, thanks so much, guys. Like, it means a lot that you guys came to watch me and my dank stream. And I hopefully will bring better streams, or better campaigns rather, and do good multiplayer games and so forth. Now, the Seleucids I wasn't planning on playing as, but of course, because I don't play as them often, I decided to play as them for once, and this campaign is going rather well. Of course, I still have to do my Macedonian campaign. Darn it, went offline. But I think I'm going to stick with this campaign right up until September the 8th. However, I wanted to get Prestige 10 on Shogun 2, but I guess that can wait. Alright, so anyway guys, once again, thank you so much for coming to watch this stream, and I hopefully will see you guys either later on or tomorrow. Gonna end the stream here. End the campaign here. I won't continue the campaign off stream. I have other campaigns to do. Whoops. Sorry. I'm actually gonna do Shogun 2. So once again guys, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys either later or tomorrow.